right? All right, three. Make us finish.
Before we begin, the chair just wants to remind you that the building has asked SGA to vacate the building by 11 p.m. due to just their building policies. Failure to do so will result in SGA from hosting meetings in Mammal, so please keep that in mind as we proceed through today's meeting. With that, the meeting has come to order on April 9, 2026 at 7:09 p.m. in Mammal Hall 113. Chief of Staff Gomez, may we have roll call, please?
Regent Lysy,
Here.
Vice President Rye.
Here.
Manager PR Hammond.
Here.
Coordinator of Student Engagement Shuya. Coordinator of Student Engagement SIP. Director of Integrity Roads. Here. Director of Leadership and Development Hills.
Here.
Director of Marketing Eklund. Director of Recruitment Brody.
Here.
Director of DEIA Stephens.
Here.
Senator Acosta.
Here.
Senator Barrientos. Senator Bishop.
Here.
Senator Clark.
Here.
Senator El-Fai.
Here.
Senator Hayden.
Here.
Senator Ayla Allison.
Here.
Senator Issa.
Here.
Senator Jarman. Here. Senator Johnson Lillian.
Here.
Senator Johnson Kale. Here. Senator Lopez Pereira. Senator Melgar Serrano.
Here.
Senator Mitchell.
Here.
Senator McHugh.
Here.
Senator Piper.
Here.
Senator Potts.
Here.
Senator Shake.
Here.
Senator Swift.
Here.
Senator Kazneem.
She's here.
Senator Williams. Ambassador Perry.
Here.
Ambassador Rodriguez.
Here.
Quorum is present. We may begin. We will begin with voting on the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes the approval of the agenda and the approval of the minutes from March 26th. Are there any items the senator would like removed for separate consideration? Hearing none, the chair is seeking a motion to approve the consent agenda. Senator Acosta, and is there a second? Senator Jarman, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the chair is seeking unanimous consent to approve the consent agenda. If there is any objection, please raise your placard now. Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Our next item of business is our guest speakers. Jacob, Maggie, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. You guys hear me in the back? Hey, my phone's waving. Thumbs up, perfect. Good evening, Attorney Jacob Stadola. I'm the Director of Student Legal Services, here to provide our biannual report to you guys. They said I have 2 hours to talk. I intend to use every minute. I'm kidding. Kidding, guys, kidding. With me is Maggie Fry. She is our new attorney. Thank you guys very much. I'm going to have her introduce herself in just a minute. Oh. It's been a minute. Maggie, please introduce yourself.
Hey, everybody. My name is Maggie Fry. I started here in October of 2025. A little bit about me. I grew up in Omaha. I'm a West Side kid. I studied opera performance in my undergrad. Moved out to New York for 10 years and then burnt out doing that and was like, what can I do with an opera degree? I can take the LSAT. So I did that. And now I'm a lawyer. And Jacob pulled me from the depths of insurance defense, and now I get to work here, which is super rad. So it's been 4 months now, I think. Yeah, 4 or 5 months now working at your office. And it's just been a blast working with all the students and getting to help on all the different kinds of issues. So I'm really grateful to be here. It's nice meeting you all.
And Maggie's being modest, guys. She's very good at what she does. She didn't say that. Okay. Some updates. So Maggie's new. We just started offering bankruptcies and we just had our first one, which is due to complete in about 2 weeks. We were trying to do this for a number of years. There were some funding issues, some software issues. Those have all been resolved. So we are successfully offering bankruptcies out of our office. Big deal. Hold the applause. Then we were doing, scratch that. We're helping students, helping asterisk file their taxes. So we're doing more like advice only, which we are dipping our toes in the water. Hugely successful. No one's been audited yet. So the goal is next year we'll actually hold tax clinics. We need a little bit of training before we open that up to everybody. Right now it's just advice, but we're hoping to do the actual preparations next year. And then lastly, we're offering trust now. So we've been doing wills for students since I got here in 2022, and now we're offering trust. So minor difference, but hugely important. Okay. Yep. Okay. Let's roll in. So I used to report to you guys the data from inception, and we've rolled it back to just the last 3 years. So if you will, yep. So this is what we're looking at March of this year. Just last month, it was exhaustingly busy. We set a new record of 152 new cases. Hold the applause. Thank you. Jeez, I'm just kidding, guys. Okay. What are we on? We're on the 9th and we've already got 52 cases and that hasn't been updated. We got 5 more today. So we're more like 57 cases for the month of April. So on pace for another hugely successful month. Then I think that's the only data I have. So I met with a really smart student today who needed some help. She's a PhD student and she said there is a trend of reducing the human experience to just numbers, right? Like this, guilty of it. So in an effort to combat that, we are going to tell a couple stories. Aliases are used. So first one, please. Wonderful, Whitney. So, Whitney's a student who came to us about 5 months ago. She was interested in divorce. She had 2 small kids. Life was falling apart. She asked her husband for his phone and he wouldn't give it to her, which is usually a red flag. Came to us. She says, I need the kids. All I want is the kids. He can have everything else. I don't care. He won't raise them. He won't raise them right. So she came to us. A lot of negotiating. This case took all of the 5 months, but we were able to get her divorced and custody and the 2 family dogs. And I see divorce parties fight more over dogs and cats than I do children. Tragedy, but a reality. So successful, and I hate divorces, guys, with kids, especially. They're taxing and it's a lot of work, but we do what we can. All right, next, please. Okay. So this one is relatively similar. The difference is they had like $30,000 in marital debt. And our client had a home that she bought before the marriage, but husband moved in, and there's questions of whether or not this was a marital asset or not. So in the end, fast forward, we got her full ownership of the house. She got to keep her business without buying the husband out. We got child support payments, and we got these $900 payments for over a year to help with that marital debt. So again, hugely successful. So this one's pretty good. $4,700 in debt. Student is panicking. She's got some mental health things going on. Ended a relationship, had to find new housing. We helped her out what we could with that. But then we got that $4,700 debt negotiated, $25 a month at 0% interest. And that 0% interest is a rare thing. And a lot of this is just because we know what we're doing and we have good relationships with a lot of the other a lot of the other attorneys in town. So you don't see 0% interest payments a lot, but we got it. All right. This is one of my favorite stories, and I want to tell you guys so much, but I can't. So what I'll just say is we had a student who was facing eviction over Christmas. She's got a 4-year-old kid, the most adorable kid who I met. She was like $4,200 behind in her rent. The landlord kept allowing it until that snowball just got bigger and bigger and bigger. So we were able to do enough legally and find some funds. We've got some community partners that were able to help out. So in the end, she not only was able to stay through Christmas, but she's still there and she's got a $0 balance. And her kid is still adorable. All right, next, please. Okay. I gave a presentation a number of years ago, right? And I said, essentially, if you guys are stopped by an officer and you don't want to talk to them, answer all their questions with, am I under arrest? Am I free to go? Okay, this is not a big secret. And officers can be great and they're very helpful if you need their help. But if you don't, just don't say anything. So we had a student who was driving between cities. He's got a tail light out. Officer pulls him over. And this guy knows better because I've talked to him and I've proactively said these things. So the officer asks, have you been drinking tonight? And there's no indication the student had been drinking. He says, yes. Okay. So in the end, they don't do a field sobriety test for a number of reasons, which officers don't have to do. He blows over the legal limit for his BAC. It's like a 0.081, just over. So mandatorily, they have to wait 15 minutes. Take him back to the station. He blows again. It's like a 0.799. Close enough. Some officers are still going to write you up for a DUI. They didn't. Scratch that. They did, but then the prosecutor downgraded it. And then we talked to them and we were able to get it downgraded again. And in the end, took a traffic class and all charges were dismissed. All right, next, please. Oh, this is Maggie's. I'm gonna let her tell this one.
Yeah, this is one I got. So Jennifer just comes home from her apartment one day comes home to her apartment one day and there's a threatening message left on her door along with some bags of human fluids. She obviously doesn't. Yeah, it was racially motivated. She doesn't feel safe, validly so. So she reaches out to the landlord. The landlord says, this isn't our problem. That's not true. And so she comes into our office. The landlord said she could break her lease, but she was going to pay about $3,000 in like various fees for breaking her lease early. I get to call the landlord and yell at them, which is one of my favorite things I get to do. And the landlord dropped it and came to an agreement. We got a mutual release from both parties and she's going to be able to relocate to an apartment that's safe.
I think, okay. So there's the last one. This one's complicated. So everybody's got a history and we don't judge histories, but the long and short of it is Rita came to us. She left another state. She left her child behind and her ex had said, well, I want child support. So our client's out of state. The ex doesn't know where she's at. He gets a default child support order. It racks up $600 per month. I think 602 or 620. She doesn't know about it. So the amount accrues, right? More interest. She comes here. She says, I don't know what to do. I'm going to go to jail, which, yes, it's a possibility if you don't pay your child support. We do some digging. We found out her parental rights were terminated, which she kind of knew about, maybe. But she's looking at like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of back child support. So we found the termination order for her parental rights. And she still has a relationship with her kid. It's just legally her rights were terminated. We communicated with the child support office and we got thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in arrears waived. So I think I just talked to her right before I came here. She owes about $2,500 instead of like $16,000. Okay, one more, please. All right. What do you guys want to know? What do you want to say? What can I do? What can we do? Yep.
You guys only represent students or do you represent faculty and staff as well?
So we can only advise and represent students, doesn't extend. Now, I've gotten calls from faculty staff. As a courtesy, I'll talk to them, right? But I'm not doing a great number of things that we do for the students. Now, I've had students come into my office and they ask questions on behalf of somebody else. Absolutely no problem. But it doesn't extend to staff and faculty.
Or can a student like come in with like a family member and have a discussion? And they'll do like have some questions on behalf of their family member for their situation?
Yes, no problem. We have to be careful and we advise that when you bring somebody in, you jeopardize is what I'll say, that client confidentiality. You come into my office, anything you tell with me is confidential. No one will even know you came to my office, right? Bring somebody else, well, if it's challenged, which I've never seen happen, but if it's challenged, arguably that client confidentiality is broken because there's a third party present. So we have to advise on that. I've just never seen it happen. And I do have students bring other people. Yep. You
I
have a
feel like
microphone.
I know
That's
everybody
amazing.
has a microphone.
Okay.
But it's okay. So my question is, I feel like oftentimes students don't know like all the laws that you guys practice. Like if you could at least like maybe if you don't want to name like all the sections you can practice, like is there sections that you can't, I guess, so that people can kind of know like what they can go to you for and what they can't? Because I feel like that's a big thing that students don't really know. Like they know you're there, but they don't know what you practice fully in.
We're actually not trying to practice at all. Like we don't want students to know we even exist. Kidding. Yeah, short list of what we won't do. Workers' compensation. We can't do cases where you want money for the most part, right? Personal injury, we don't do that. There's like this understanding, we're like a nonprofit. We leave that for the private attorneys to do. That's not to say you have a small claim or something, we'll help you with that. We just can't take it that extra step to represent you. 1, 2, what's the third one? Intellectual property. We have limited interactions with, so we'll do bankruptcy preparation. We will do like public benefits appeals to an extent, but that's more like advising counsel. That's not the representation. Everything else we'll do or we'll at least look at. Divorce and custody is as we have capacity. So sometimes we have to turn those away or refer out to a private attorney. And then the overall umbrella caveat, which is we can't do student versus student, and we can't do student versus university, policy, issue, office, individual, etc. Everything else we'll do. Yep.
Well, first, thank you for all that you and Maggie do. It's very appreciated from me, and I'm sure everyone else as well. I guess kind of like looking into like the future, what additional support from SGA would you kind of consider, you might need?
Ugh. So I'll let Maggie answer this one as well. I feel relatively supported by SGA, right? You guys have ears and you use them. If we have an issue or something we want to discuss, you're listening, and we appreciate that tremendously. Wouldn't have Maggie here if you didn't, right? So I suppose I'm not looking for anything new per se. We're basically at or over capacity as we are. So I would just say your continued support, right? And ask questions. You guys are involved, and I love when SGA is involved because that helps us grow and sharpen our knife a little bit. There's policies and things that we have changed because of interactions with you guys. So continue to be involved and invested and support us. You don't have to support us. It just makes us happier when you do. Anything to add?
Not really. Yeah, I was coming onto this job, I was just nervous because I've never been in a structure like this before, like a big university system. And the support that we get from you guys especially is fantastic. Also, you guys are like kind of the boots on the ground way that people hear about our office. I think probably 99% of the students that come in are like, yeah, I had like a friend of a friend tell me about this, or we'll do like know your rights stuff or something, and they'll see us talk. So those kinds of things that we're invited to that are student facing are always really helpful just because it gets the word out about our office. But from a support standpoint, I think everything you guys are doing has been really great so far in the 5 months I've been here. So yeah, that would be pretty much it.
I love that.
You've only been here 2 months, so what's been like the most interesting or cool thing you've done while you've been here?
So the best part about, well, one, I just actually like going to work now, which is pretty fun. But the biggest change is being able to work directly with the students, whether it's sitting down with a one-on-one client or doing a know your rights sort of lecture for any sort of group that invites us, or the landlord tenant thing, which we're going to start soon, which will be fun. Yeah, I think that is probably the the most fun. And then just being able to educate, because like you guys are in a very interesting position where you're obviously highly intelligent individuals that have now been thrown into like adulthood, but you might not necessarily know all of your rights and your like legal standings. And so being able to just educate people on those, and seeing how empowered that can make a student when they realize like, oh, I don't deserve to be treated this way, or what this person did was wrong. And not only is like, are my feelings valid, but the law is also backing that up. That's pretty fun.
You turn it off first.
That was probably smart, so it doesn't bump against the table. But no, so you guys have already talked about some upcoming projects and things that you're gonna start working on. Is there anything else that's in the works or things that you personally want to see happen?
Yeah, I'm really passionate about landlord tenant rights, just because I would guess that's like, for me personally, that's been like 50% of what I've seen in the last few months. And like 90% of it is a mix of a lot of people signing their first leases or first apartments, and also landlords just straight up not knowing the law or misrepresenting it. So I'm working with the Dash office. We're working with the Dash office to do sort of a like know your rights in regards to signing leases and working with landlords, and what as a renter you're entitled to and what your landlord should be doing to like be a proper landowner, and yeah, balancing those. So I'm really excited to kind of roll that out and see what avenues the students want us to focus on. So that's a big one.
Are you here in the fall? Be there in the fall. There's a big one. I don't want to say anything yet, in case it falls through, but there's a big one we've been working on.
Are there any other questions for Jacob or Maggie? Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
Our next item of business is open forum. Guests will have up to 10 minutes to address the Senate with any concerns, whether or not they appear on the agenda. Senators may also speak on topics not included in the agenda. However, please reserve comments related to listed agenda items for their scheduled discussion. The floor is now open.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, great. So this is more towards the Senate, but over the past couple of days, there have been a lot of emails going around. I would like to clarify something in front of everybody, that when Drew mentioned me in his original email, we had discussed that during our exec meeting, and I had given him permission to use my name, and use what I had said. That being said, I did not give anybody else here permission to speak on behalf of me. So anybody's emails being concerned that I was being used in that sense is a little understandable, but know that I was not. I fully supported Drew in what he said, and I have felt some of those frustrations regarding what he said in those emails with some of the agency directors. I can speak for myself. Drew and Aditi know that if I felt I was being railroaded or sidelined, they would know. Everybody would know. I just want to make that very clear. So going forward, I would really encourage people when trying to make a point, do not use others to make your point. That is something that feels very disrespectful to me, as I can speak for myself. That makes sense. That's all I really got to say, but just going forward, keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for open forum? You guys can form a line if you are here for open forum.
Form, you can help, you can form a line. And press, you don't have to wait to be fallen.
Yes, and please use the mic. Also, just for everyone else, can we please reduce the side conversations? They do carry and it is sometimes distracting. Elahi, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I want to address a couple things. Again, I'm Elahi. I'm here for divestment. Again, I want to address a couple things that have been brought up over the past couple of weeks. The first thing I want to do is remind you guys who you are. A lot of people want a union to speak up for student workers. They want a union to speak up for student issues, and you guys are that union. The three names of student government are Student Government Association, Student Senate, and the Student Union in the United States. So you guys should keep in mind that you are a union. Your president should act as a union leader, and they should speak up for students whenever they can and use as much leverage as they can to speak up when injustice is done by administration and by the United States government, right? I think that administration has pacified student government. One of the ways that they've done that is they've incorporated it into the university. So they say you're under our rules, you have to follow our rules. If you don't follow our rules, maybe there are consequences for you, and you can't listen to that. Because if you do that, then you forfeit the right to act as a student government, to act as a student senate, to act as a student union. Some of the ways that we've seen people kind of being pacified is, I'm going to give a couple examples. How many of you know that the powwow was canceled this year? How many of you knew that there was a powwow every year? So I heard from a source that SLI canceled the powwow because there wasn't enough student support, there wasn't enough student participation. And that's really a crime because we need community here. We need community at UNO. We want people to have events at UNO. We want to attract students. We want to attract life. And that's one of the things that student government is supposed to do. Student government brought contraceptives to campus. Student government they almost brought health insurance. They brought the childcare center, which, I mean, you should find every bit of leverage you can to bring back the childcare center. But medications, over-the-counter medications, I know that's a big subject over the past couple of weeks. Administration has said it's a liability risk for people to accept or buy over-the-counter medications. It's not. There's not really a risk for the university to be saying that. There's no cause to say that. That's been a subject that's been addressed in the past. That's never been a rule. People have been giving over-the-counter medications from student governments for the past, I mean, since the inception, essentially. I know last year SLI gave tips on how to reduce the emotions of student government. I don't know about this administration, but that was a conversation that I overheard last time. So some of the things are, how are we going to police open forum? Are we going to bring cops? Who are we going to have speak before open forum? And it's really important that you guys ignore that you really promote emotional stories, because it's not just about the material benefit. We really want ethical decision-making. We really want people's stories to be heard in addition to numbers, right? And all respect to Colby. Colby's been doing a great job in his first year, kind of being the faculty advisor, but it's important for you guys to realize that Colby is not a leader. He is essentially the police. He's telling you what the rules are, because your rules are what SLI says your rules are. And that's what Colby's job is. And he's been doing a great job of that. But you need to remember that when it comes to leadership, that needs to come from you guys, right? And I think you guys especially need to remember, like I said before, remember who you are. Remember the student movements that came before. Remember that, I know 4 students died in the Kent State Massacre in 1970. Remember that students all over the world create student movements. They put their bodies on the line. I think, like we heard from some of the older folks that came last time, you really need to put yourself out there, especially because you're in a public position, to support student issues, to support what students really need. And then I want to just address some issues for the resolution. It really should be an easy resolution. It's fairly simple. I plugged every hole in it. I mean, windmills have negatives to them, right? Windmills kill birds, but they're better than, smogging up the atmosphere. I've plugged every hole that people are coming up with. I've solved every issue. There are no downsides to the resolution. It's very tame. It's tamer than the one that was passed last year and the year before that. It's tamer than the one that Lincoln passed. And so it really should be a non-issue. Somebody brought up the issue of retaliation. I don't know how many pre-law students there are in the room, but any pre-law students should tell you that administration cannot retaliate against you. I mean, it's an opinion. It's a fairly uncontroversial opinion. You're giving an opinion via letter. And if administration was to retaliate in some way against you giving that opinion, does anybody know what amendment that violates? Can you hold up a finger what amendment that violates if they retaliate against your opinion? Number 1, freedom of speech. Excellent. So if they retaliate, that's a violation of your American civil liberties. Does anybody know who you call when your American civil liberties are violated? Can I get a raise of hands? No, so that'd be American Civil Liberties Union. Has anybody heard of the ACLU? All right, so don't be afraid to call them if somebody does something egregious, if they retaliate against you using your freedom of speech, right? Yeah, some people have asked about the intentions. What are the intentions of the resolution? Please read the resolution. I know last time people were calling people out for playing games, doing other things during open forum. I think that's one of the reasons why we're still here, is because people aren't listening. People are asking questions that I've already answered. It's a simple resolution. We're saying we should not have investments in weapons manufacturers. And it's fairly easy for the university to say, we're going to invest in different investment opportunities. We're going to commit ourselves to ESG funds, to SRI funds. Yeah, and I guess on the question of why it's taken so long, I introduced this resolution actually back in August. I wrote it in July. There have been some changes made because of concerns, but a lot of what I've been hearing back from committees are, this is why it won't work, this is why it won't work. And I want people to acknowledge going forward into the next school year that if we want students to be heard, it should be, here's what you need to fix. Here's what you can do, right? And I think that's some of the reasons why it's taken so long, is because I've been given, here's the issues with it. And then I've decided, okay, so you guys aren't gonna work with me. I'm gonna find somebody who will work with me, because I know you guys support the resolution, but I need somebody to work with me to be able to fix it up, right? To be able to sponsor it. So that's some of the reason why it's taken so long. Along with, I feel like there's been some devil's advocates that have gone pretty far. I mean, asking some silly questions. It feels like some people are just straight up against the resolution, which I could argue against Republicans. I could say, do you want to support terrorism? Do you want us to profit from terrorism? Because that's the way I've framed this, is, hey, we should stop profiting from terrorism. We should have accountability for defense manufacturers. So again, one of the things that we want to accomplish is using our voice to speak up for subjects. We want change. I mean, even if the UNO student government can't solve the Vietnam War, the UNO student government should have spoken up against it. Even if the UNO student government can't stop students from dying in Ohio, the UNO student government should speak up about it. And that's what you have the obligation to do. So I'm gonna I have like 2 minutes left. Any questions right now before we get to the main proponent portion where I can answer more questions? I can't ask questions during that's fine. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay, it's been a long day, very rainy and gloomy outside. So I just ask that you stay with me. We're gonna do something a little bit interactive. So I ask that you interact, please, and maybe get or stay off your computers, your phones, anything like that. I promise it's worth your time. Okay. Hello again. If you don't know me, my name is Clancy Rodriguez. Last time I stood up here, I gave a strongly worded statement about the cruelties happening in Palestine. As much as I'd love to continue to advocate for peace and that genocide, that's not what I'm here to do today. Today, I stand in front of you as a student, as a friend, and I ask for a moment of silence and reflection. I stand in front of you and ask for a moment in your head, through your eyes, past the tranquility of your automatic breath. Make the conscious decision to imagine something for me. Imagine peace. Close your eyes. Let the room be silent. Listen to your breathing. Feel your heartbeat. Smell the dust of this room and let your anxieties wash away. The week is over. You made it. The sun has set. The rain has calmed. In this moment of serenity we are creating, you don't stress about exams. Money does not exist. You're loved, if not by somebody who immediately pops into your head, then by me, a stranger. Let your anger wash away. Let yourself relax into your seat or into your shoes. Breathe in and out. In and out. You're here. Right now, you're alive. You're safe. You're safe. You're safe. You are safe. Now open your eyes. I'm going to ask a question now, and I don't want a verbal response or even the nod of a head. Just think to yourself. Just think. That feeling you just felt, that peace, that calmness, the quietness of love, the echo of silentness in your chest. Think to yourself, does that feel political to you? Remember that feeling. Reflect on it. Be grateful you even get to experience that kind of serenity because the children in Iran do not. Ask yourself if you're willing to let that serenity be tainted by the threat of politics. Nobody else gets the decision to protect peace. Nobody else gets the decision to embody it, to represent it. Nobody other than you. Every single one of you have to make a decision to be peaceful. If you're not, no matter what side you stand on, left or right, it is going to hurt you and it is going to hurt other people. You have responsibilities. You are grown. We are all intelligent, every single one of us, and I'm sick of us acting like we're not. So stop doing it. Please stop. Work with us, not against us, not against each other. Stop being childish and let's get this done, because I do. Even though I'm a stranger, I do love you all. That's all. Thank you.
It's on.
So, why are we here? Why are we here again? Like, we were here to discuss this last week. Why the fuck are we discussing this divestment bill again? This should have been a simple vote. Divesting from death. Do you really want all those fucking deaths in your goddamn minds?
Please avoid cursing. It's something that we've had complaints about in the past.
Press the wait.
Is there?
The kids are literally dying. Hey, point of order, sorry, we gotta maintain decorum in the audience and in the Senate, please, thank you.
Is there? Okay, I will try to, and just. I hope we can get this. I'm just here. Please vote yes on the divestment bill. And also whoever came up with the resolution for the hammocks, also vote yes on, thank you. Also vote yes on that one.
Hello, I am Aziria. I'm back here again. I was here 2 weeks ago to talk about the divestment bill, which I've noticed has still not been passed or not even rejected. It's just been procrastinated, like there's an assignment due and it's about like, I don't know, 3 days until it's due, and you really just don't want to do it. So I get the feeling that you all just really don't want to do this. What are you scared of? Are you scared of the university? Elahi has proven through multiple methods that that is not really a concern. There isn't anything to be succinctly scared of. So why, at this point, I don't even care whether or not you're voting for or against it. I care more that you're not voting for it at all. It's as though you all are so scared to give any of your opinions, which is what you're here to do. You all, through one means or another, have been put in a position of power, and you are choosing not to use it, to let yourselves be rolled over, to let yourselves be, you know, trounced by various administrations, by the university, by the government. And yeah, admittedly, there isn't ultimately an infinite amount of things that you can do. But one of the things that you can do is speak up for us, and you're not doing that. The divestment initiative is just an excellent little microcosm of this. You all are sitting there in your chairs, and I have seen one of you playing solitaire, which fair choice of game, but please pay attention to the people who are up here giving emotional stories. Apologies if I take a moment to consider my words. I have been asked to refrain from swearing. Yes, you all are supposed to represent the student populace. We are asking you to make a statement as the student populace to just state that the student populace, the student body represented by SGA does not support the, okay, a million people have put it far better than I can, that UNO SGA supports this divestment initiative. It's not that hard. As far as I understand, it is a vote and effectively just a statement that you do not believe in something that is pretty unequivocally kind of been proven to be a terrible thing to do. Although you might disagree with that, and if you disagree with that, that's fine. Please, by all means, in that case, vote against the bill. Do your job as a unit of the Student Senate and actually give your vote to something that you care about. Give that vote to something whether or not you think it'll make waves. Don't worry so much about your the line on your resume, various other things that are just ultimately a status symbol. And the more that I see the student government in front of me, the more I wonder how many of you truly care about the student populace and how many of you are truly just here for, like I said, that line on your resume. So please show that you care about the student populace. Need I say more?
Hi, you all. You hear me okay? I'm a community members and I didn't really prepare anything. I don't know, I'm just tired. Like, I'm just tired to see this happen like for the past 2 years and it's actually happened even longer than that. I want to come here to talk to you like heart to heart. Cause like, so I'm from Vietnam. I born and raised in Vietnam. And just a couple of years ago, I'm really naive. I think I'm like the majority of people right now, just living my life, things. Most of people are good. And you just need to focus on what you're doing, just study, just go to work, just be a good person in general. That's good enough. And then what happened in Gaza happened. And I started to just wake up. Like, oh gosh, this war is bad. Much worse than I can ever imagine. Because if you pay attention, unless, I don't know how, but if you pay just a little bit of attention, you will see picture like horrible images coming out from not just Gaza, from Lebanon, from Iran, from Congo and Sudan, like everywhere around the world. People bombed in 2 pieces, have to be in a plastic bag, house totally destroyed. You know, we're walking here today with like the rain and we get annoyed about it. It's wet, it's cold. People been living like that for the past 2 years in a tent. Can we sweep away with just like a wind and then flooded day from this day to another day. Like we've been living so comfortable here while other people are suffering because of us, because of this very country. I mentioned I'm from Vietnam because, you know, there was a time US also attacked Vietnam. And we learned that in history class in Vietnam, but we move on from it. We not like forget, but we move on because we like, maybe they was bad back then, but they better now. We can be friends with them. We can build a relationship, do something better, looking at the future instead of like keeping the rage. It's not the case. US still bad. US always bad. Now every single day I have to kind of like compartmentalize myself. Like one part of me want to focus on going to school, going to work. The other part keep questioning, what would these people do back then? What would my friends who sitting next to me do back then? When the US bombed my people into pieces, throw a bunch of chemical like an orange agent that still affect people still this day. You know, millions of people will die for nothing. And then here, people who are sitting next to me, just living their life, just talking about basketball, March Madness, football, movie, Dancing with the Star, like nothing happened, like they didn't do anything wrong. Of course, you didn't want to do anything wrong, but your government does, and you contribute into that without your consent. Every single thing we're doing on this land contribute to that. Your tuition going to that, your tax going to that. If you drink Coca-Cola right now, you drink Starbucks, you use a HP laptop, Dell laptop, you're buying from Walmart, Costco, wherever, every single dollars in there contribute to that. So one thing we ask you to do here is so simple, because this is your job. People already prepare a resolution. All you have to do is to say yes on it. And I know that's hesitant, but what we're trying to do here is much bigger than ourselves. That being said, it's also about ourselves, because this is your chance to do the right thing. Like you have the opportunity to say, at least I do something right tonight. At least I try my best. This is the bare minimum. Voting yes on this divestment is the bare minimum. Like I said, every single thing we do affect that. So after voting yes on here, there's a lot of other things you have to do. You have to look up more ways, like boycott, where you want to put your money, who you want to vote for, which school you want to go to, because school that invest in these things, do we really want to go? We don't really have a choice, but, or what company you want to work for. We have to liberate ourselves. We have to decolonize ourselves. We say we living in the land of freedom. Do we really have that freedom if we are afraid to just vote yes because we believe this is right? And we're afraid to vote yes because maybe there's someone watching and we don't want to hurt our career. Is that really freedom to you? And yeah, this really just weapon company. Like people say, oh, if we don't invest in that, that company will still survive because other people invest in that. Let them do that. Why do we have to invest in this company? Let other people be bad. We can do the right thing and do the right thing. Right? Like stop trying to make excuse why we're not doing this. The only excuse we can make is that we're afraid. And I think we can be better than this. Like, I wake up every morning seeing horrible images, and I don't know why people don't see that. And then I realized that, oh, we thought we live in a life where we have so much information. Turn out we do not. We have no free will on what information we see, because the algorithm like control it all. What you see on recommendation on YouTube, on Spotify. Oh, by the way, Spotify also bad. Netflix also bad. But yeah, so like thing that you see already have someone control what you can see. So you have to try hard to find the information. Go on DuckDuckGo and look up Gazan children. You see images there, but you have to look it up because otherwise it's not going to just pop up. And then look up more, and then the algorithm will change, and then it will fit you other things because now they think, oh, now you're interested in these things. All they care about is the views because that's what get them money. So the moment you change your direction to look into other thing, you see the truth. Listen to Democracy Now. Follow AJ Bliss. And I always feel overwhelmed, like, oh my God, everything I do here is that bad. But there's something focus you can try to focus on. One thing is here tonight, just passing this bill, and then you can do other things. We are just one more small individual, but we can do a lot of things. And even if they retaliate, you should feel good about it because this means you're doing something big, something that really scared them. The government seem like powerful, but also very fragile. Like even student voice, why they have to suppress it so much? Because it does matter. People just listen to student. So that's why they try to suppress the encampment and everything. If it doesn't matter, they just ignore it. Like, so you do have the power, so please do better. Like, I don't want to walk around every day and looking at my peers and thinking like, wow, back then, 50 years ago, people just ignore what happened in my country. And babies got killed, that's fine to them. People just move on. And it's been happening every single day, like every single day. Like we can stand here and list out all the crimes that the US done for days, and this cannot stop because we bomb every single country around or trying to destabilize their country so that they turn into against each other. Like, I don't understand how the fake excuse of 40 beheaded baby can be good enough for Israel to just bomb Gaza to dust. When it's fake, it's already been debunked. And then 168 girls' school in primary school in Iran got bombed, and we know that's the truth. And US come out and say, yeah, we did it. Sorry, oops, we use AI and the map was wrong. And that's fine. And people just move on. Like, how can that be the case? Is it because they're brown kids, they in the West Asia, then that's fine? What's the difference between them and us? It's not because we hear them, we more valuable. No, we all the same. And that's not the only case. Yesterday, there's been bombing in Lebanon.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, I'll move on, but please do better. I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, everybody. My name is Zaim. I'm an Omaha resident. I'm here to also support the divestment bill. I'll just start off with the analogy. Actually, I don't have anything prepared, so I'm going to do a little bit of talking from the heart too. So I'll start off with the analogy. When we heard a couple of cuss words by one of the speakers, we were all really like appalled. We were like, whoa. What's this? Cussing. And that person over there actually called it out too. Like, oh my God, we should refrain from cussing. And I think everybody here would agree that cussing is a form of violence, isn't it? I know you don't have to answer this, but I think cussing itself is a form of mental violence per se, or mental abuse when you're cussing at somebody or when you're cussing in a crowd, right? Now let's just take that and see how appalled we were when we just heard a couple of cuss words. When we heard the F word and we're like, whoa, that's scary. Now let's imagine that and put it into actual physical violence that the weapons that UNO is invested in does all across the world. US since World War II has killed over 2 million civilians in Vietnam, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in now Gaza, and actually Cambodia as well. And there's other conflicts I'm missing. These are just civilian deaths that were caused by the weapons that we create over here on this soil. And somehow a institution that is righteous and that stands for prosperity is invested directly in that violence. I just want you all to think about it really quick. Why does an institute that promotes prosperity and righteousness and education, and that brings up the youth to be right and do good things for the US, is invested in such violence against innocent people? Why can't we invest in something else? Something that is not as controversial. I don't even know why it is controversial, because this is pure humanity. Like it should not be a radical belief to say that we don't want to be invested in violence. We do not want war. That just should be the baseline of your morals. So I want everybody to actually think about this tonight. Like, think about where you stand with your morals and your beliefs. Is being invested in weapons, violence, and war something that you stand for? That's something morally is in your beliefs? You know, think about it. Think about that a little deeper. And I'm all for being invested in something that's gonna bring good money into UNO, that's gonna make all our lives better, right? I want students' lives to be better, but not while they're invested in a weapons company or weapons manufacturing. So that's all I really have to say. Like, we were appalled by a couple cuss words. Now let's actually get mad at something that is really hurting people with something that we are invested in as a school. And I don't even go to UNO. I'm just an Omaha resident. I'm actually too old for school. But but please, I'm here to actually, I said the same words at UNL too. I was at their forum as well. And their Senate actually listened and passed the bill. They passed that resolution that UNL does not want to be invested in weapons. And I think that should be the baseline of everybody's morals and ethics. That's literally all we're asking for. Thank you for the time. And I hope you all make the right decision.
Oh, before you do start, can we extend open forum by 15 minutes? Senator Piper, is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, wait, hold on, I do have to give you a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion to extend open forum by 15 minutes has passed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah. I'm a master's student in the College of Engineering. Again, I'm talking about divestment. For some in this community, including myself as a Palestinian, this issue is personal. But today I want to focus on what it means for all of us in this room. As students, we invest in this university through our tuition, our time, and our trust. That means we have a right to ask where our money is going and what it supports. Universities across the country are often financially connected, directly or indirectly, to companies that manufacture weapons used in conflicts around the world. That raises a serious question. Should our education be tied to industries that profit from harm? Divestment is not a new idea. Students have successfully pushed institutions to align their investments with their values before. As its core, this is about accountability. It's about transparency. It's about responsibility. And it's about making sure our university reflects the principles it claims to uphold in UNO's mission statement. I'm asking student government to take this seriously, to investigate our investments, make that information accessible, and start the process of divesting from companies that profit from weapons. Because where we invest is a reflection of who we are. Thank you.
I am very disappointed in you all, honestly. I do want to start with some gratitude before I get to that. Thank you to those of you who 2 weeks ago voted not to table this bill. It meant a lot to me personally, and I'm sure all the other people that came to speak that you wanted to finish the issue that night. Unfortunately, it didn't pass. And I would also like to say thank you to those of you who truly have been listening today and also last week. I will say I've been watching all of you every speaker today. I've been watching all of you. Half of you are not listening at all. Some of you are doing homework, some of you are on your phone, some of you are messaging each other, smiling at each other. I don't know what you're smiling about. We're talking about dead children here. So I hate putting on my teacher hat for my peers because I'm studying middle school education. I know middle schoolers who have better behavior than all of you, so I can wait until I feel like I'm being listened to. I can wait the entire 10 minutes if I have to. So I'd really appreciate if I could get some eye contact, if I could see everybody's faces, if you all can make me feel like I'm being listened to. Because last week at the student debate for student government, Aditi said several times, open forum is a place for student voices to be heard. And personally, I don't feel heard. And so I'm looking at some of you right now that are clearly not listening because I haven't gotten eye contact at all from a couple of you. People are here tonight taking time out of their homework, out of their jobs, out of their other obligations. Some of these people have families. Some of these people have pets that like maybe they need to walk their dog, but they're taking time out of their night to speak to all of you about this issue. Honestly, I think you all are your own worst enemies here because we could have been done by now. But you're like, oh, I'm multitasking. No, you aren't, because last week, my brother gave an entire presentation on why we should pass the divestment. And then he got questions that he had addressed in his presentation, which is evidence to me that you all were not listening. And so I really do appreciate those of you who have had your computers closed this entire time, who have not picked up your phones, who have been watching the speakers dutifully, because that's what your job is listening to students, listening to what they have to say, and then doing something about it. And so I think it says something. I was telling somebody earlier that I feel like for me personally, my feelings about this divestment have expanded into my feelings about student government in general, because I feel like this divestment case is evident that student government is not working the way it should. So as you've been told several times today, several times 2 weeks ago, you all need to do better because that's what you were elected to do.
Well, you always think you're ready for these kinds of presentations and you get nervous coming up on the podium. Well, I remember I was here the last time I had to speak up against this, and since we're at a standstill, here I am again back at my college to speak against this, for this divestment. So I'm not going to say a lot of what's already been said about what's happening in Palestine and Gaza because I'm a College of Business sub major, so I'm going to talk to you as someone who is representing the College of Business. What I personally felt after hearing it was a standstill, and not only that, hearing people weren't paying attention, I didn't really think it was much of it being a close vote, more of it being apathy. People here are giving a heart to heart towards their experiences, and it just, I don't know, it seems to have my mind wander that people just don't care. So, what I have seen over these past few years is it really started with me studying Black Studies, which I needed a humanities course to get my degree. And I've started noticing something since that happened. The Black Studies department, both in Black Studies and Black Excellence, seem to be struggling when it comes to finding funding, when it comes to finding volunteers. And then I noticed it's happening not just with that, but with queer trans services and women and gender studies. And probably several organizations I don't even know are fighting for money for events that I just don't know about yet. And when I heard a lot of this investor money was being spent towards something we can't even view the impact of, but we see it in the suffering overseas, I wasn't just disappointed, I was betrayed. That's why I can't help but think it was not because it was a close vote, but because it was apathy, because people just don't care. They see big numbers on a paycheck and they find a way to get it. What I am saying here is maybe I shouldn't speak for all my peers, but if you'll join me in this message, then sure. I find it very hypocritical that organizations like Black Studies, Black Excellence, Queer Trans Services, Women Gender Studies, and probably more are fighting to exist in this university, which has made its statement be about diversity and the better student life, when we're sending a lot of money over to weapons. It feels very hypocritical. And there's one thing I have grown to love, which is a strange thing coming from College of Business. I love to be proven wrong about something. This is the time tonight to prove me wrong, to think that people don't care, that people are hypocritical when it comes to student government. This is your chance to prove me wrong. And that's what I would love to see tonight. Now, I think I pretty much have said my piece, so thank you.
Okay, I want to talk about accountability. So our student body is coming up here, talking to you, speaking to you directly to you. And distractions, being on your phones, we've seen that at prior meetings. Like the last speaker said, it's not even disappointment anymore. It does feel like betrayal. You know your jobs. I'm not up here to talk to you about your jobs. You know your job. You know your role in this university. You were elected. I want to talk about accountability. So when people are coming up, speaking to you, you want to hold yourself accountable. Accountability is a skill. Paying attention is a skill, but all of you guys know your positions. You know what's right. This divestment, Elahi wrote it up. No one has come up to speak against divestment. If there is any issues, the issues can be solved. The questions can be answered. It's clear. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Most of you know my face by now. My name is Lauren Caffrey. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the director of the Women and Gender Equity Center. Just like last open forum, I'm here to express my support for the divestment resolution, and I'm also here to provide information about the policy from SLI that is planning to eliminate WGEC's ability to distribute Plan B. For the divestment resolution, I hope you're all able to finally have a backbone and pass it tonight. As for Plan B, I do have a lot to share. I want to start with addressing that mass email that was sent out earlier this week titled Supporting WGEC in Student Access to Plan B. In the misinformation section, Drew addressed a lot of concerns that people have brought up. In that section, he mentions the shortcomings of many agency directors, but does not reference them by name. However, prior to that, he does reference me and WGEC by name. Drew including that information insinuates that WGEC was a part of that. I'm really not sure why that was chosen to be included in that email, so I want to clarify that those were not in relation to WGEC. I attended both support meetings. I meet with Ella once a month. I meet with Colby more than once a month. I work 10 hours a week. I'm frequently up in that WGEC office. I eat, sleep, and breathe in there. And my delay in that response was an exception. It's unfortunate that I'm in the position that I feel like I have to defend my work ethic. After all of the work that I've put into WGEC this academic year and before this is what I receive. Once again, I'm disappointed in our current executive team. However, we must move forward. The world goes on, and I don't have time for that. I want to express my immense gratitude to those of you who have reached out to myself and WGEC for your support, and I want that to be the focus of our attention today. I'm here to provide you with an update on WGEC's efforts. Yesterday, I met with Senator Jarman, I met with Director of Integrity Moses, and I also did meet with Drew and Gio throughout the day. We had many long conversations, and I've also had long conversations with the WGEC board, and we've come up with some ideas for moving forward. WGEC is currently drafting a resolution that we'll have completed by next Tuesday. We're proposing that we'll have students sign a waiver when receiving Plan B as a solution to SLI's liability concerns. Drew has begun discussion about like FERPA concerns with that, with Matthew Schill, who's the director of the registrar, and then the registrar's office, and then Drew Nielsen, who's the chief compliance officer. In addition to that resolution, we're looking at possibly pursuing partnerships with local pharmacies, medical centers, and community partners like Access Granted. We're also looking into liability insurance and potentially connecting with Jacob and Maggie, who spoke earlier, to see if they're able to support us with any of that, just because I know that it kind of depends with, being student government. So yeah, that's kind of what we're working on right now. I encourage you all to please continue reaching out to me, reaching out to WGEC, come by our office, stop by, just hang out too. Like, I think it's really refreshing to actually see you all in there and make that effort. Throughout the semester, we've had no senators attend any of our events, and that's been really disheartening. And throughout the year, I felt like I have had to initiate everything with you all. And so I'm the one coming to open forum. I'm the one discussing these things. You all aren't reaching out and connecting with the agencies. And so that's been kind of frustrating on my part. And so I'm hoping moving forward, we can kind of make those changes. And I really do want to connect and meet with all of you. And so as always, you can email me at UNOWGEC. We can schedule an appointment. You can drop by, and I want to hear from you all. I know you all have wonderful thoughts and ideas on how we can move forward. You all have your own connections in the community, and so I really want to work together on how we can pursue this because I'm tired of doing it alone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Also related to the email, I do want to say an apology, especially to Director Steffens. I did not want to make it seem like I was speaking on her behalf at all. Being a new senator, I have a lot of questions. I tend to ask them, and I know at times I may sound blunt or very direct when I'm asking the question. So I do want to apologize if it seems like I was being like pretty forceful or pretty rude or just like coming out and like speaking on Director Steffen's behalf. So I want to say wholeheartedly that was not my intention. So I do apologize for that. Second thing I do want to say is I reached out to the University of Nebraska Foundation. They're planning, and we've been talking, and they're planning to have a meeting with me related to the divestment resolution. I reached out to them, if I remember correctly, the Thursday that we had talked last during the committee meeting last week. And then they got back to me with Monday. So within 2 business days, they plan to talk to me and seem really open and willing to like have a conversation about the resolution, being willing to have like the investment portfolio club's officer, I forgot his name, having that committee. They seem pretty open and honest about like possibly looking at that as an avenue for something that you know can have as a partnership with them. So just to let you guys know like what I've done related to this, just to give you guys some clarification. Also, especially a big apology to Director Steffens. I do truly apologize if I was speaking on your behalf. I did not mean to, so I'm sorry. So thank you all.
Can everybody hear me? My name is Gavin. I really didn't plan on speaking today, but I think it's important that I do. Living in Omaha, Nebraska, it often feels like there's nothing that I can do to stop the atrocities that are occurring thousands of miles away, all over the world. I know many people who share feelings similar to mine, that we are unable to have an impact on wars that have been going on for decades, wars that are bigger than ourselves. But we can make a difference, especially you as members of the student government. You have the choice to make a very real impact against genocides that are happening as I speak. I implore the members of the student government to really consider the value of a human life and how, compared to what any future employer may or may not think about you, it's infinitely more important. Please vote yes to divestment. Please consider the people who are suffering. We cannot turn a blind eye to those who need our help, especially when all it takes to make an impact is a vote yes. That's all I have.
Okay, I'll be super fast because I've already been up here. I just forgot to mention this last time I was up here, but I wanted to bring up something about the executive debates that a couple of students, along with myself, that I've also talked to with one of the exec tickets brought it up. Anyways, I digress. Point of the story is during the debates, it was an hour and a half of pre-written questions. I watched the entire debate, the full 2 hours. I don't think this is anybody here's fault, so I'm not saying, you know, anything to you guys. I just want to speak on behalf of a lot of the students in that we felt kind of underrepresented and a little bit unfair. At 6:30, they had the 6 people, the 2 executive teams leave the room. They came back at, I believe it was either 6:40, I think it was 6:43. They came back. They answered questions until 6:55. They answered student written questions until 6:55, and then they started opening statements. I don't know who wrote the pre-written questions. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there was a mass message sent out that said if you have anything you would like to maybe put forth so that it could be expressed during the pre-written section, that would be great. All I know is we got to 2 student questions before they ended the debates, and I felt that was pretty unfortunate. Either 2 or 3. It was a very small amount of student questions before they ended the debates. I thought a lot of things didn't get addressed that I know students would have liked to have addressed. I thought the pre-written questions were very important and great stuff, but it would have just been nice to have a little bit more than 15 minutes for students to be able to represent themselves and ask questions, just for those questions to not be asked at all. Like I know last year I wasn't here, but heard a little bit of you walk in the room and they had the forms that you filled out. That didn't happen until 6:30, which, you know, not to say that was anybody's fault in here, at least, not to say that it was anybody's fault at all. I just wish that we can reflect on that and do better for next year as well, and keep open that communications, because a lot of students are going to have those questions and a lot of students are going to want those questions answered. So please be mindful of that if you are running. Thank you.
Hello, I'm up here speaking again for a moment. I have one thing that I would really like to say that I forgot to say in my previous speech, which is there has been a lot of misinformation that flies around, and particularly regarding what things that SGA is voting on. Not, I know that it's not clear to a lot of students where exactly we can like get information about what exactly is being voted on, the details of it. And so I personally would like a little bit more transparency from SGA in terms of that, knowing kind of what it is that we're voting on. I know the agenda item, for example, is, I believe, posted on the Instagram, but that's the only spot that I've heard where you can really get access to it. I would like to see a little bit more outreach from SGA in terms of letting people know what exact issues are being voted upon, when they're being voted upon, so that we can have a chance to speak on them. That's honestly pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Senator Piper, is there seconds and adjournment? Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Um,
Out of time.
with that, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please say, raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion takes an open forum by 5 minutes has passed.
So I just wanted to come up to speak about this resolution that's being passed. Obviously, you guys kind of know my sentiment behind it. I like to think I'm a very logical person. Try not to lead with emotion. I think emotion is good for encouraging or kind of like pushing what we should focus on. But in terms of seeking change, we need to be rational about it. Just throughout open forum, I heard a couple of things that I wanted to clarify on. I don't know, maybe it just kind of got lost along the way, miscommunicated. Just a couple of things. So first of all, it's the Nebraska Foundation that is invested through the S&P 500 Index Fund. So it's not UNO that's invested, it's the Nebraska Foundation. The foundation isn't directly invested in weapons manufacturers. They're invested in an index fund that so happens to have those manufacturers included. It's not our tuition that's going towards this, it's donor money. And just a couple other things. As it stands right now with how this resolution is written, if we were to pass it tonight, we wouldn't even be completely divested from weapons manufacturers if the foundation took it for what how it's written and made those changes. As of right now, it only mentions the S&P 500 Index Fund. Now, this is the last thing I want to touch on. Someone had mentioned earlier that this is a statement. We need to make this statement as SGA. And I think when I had first heard this, I was expecting it to want to do more, to create change. Now, that person may have just misspoke. But if you as SGA truly believe this to be a statement that shows our support for divestment and want to leave it at that, then I fully encourage you to vote yes tonight. But if you want to create change, if you want them to stop investing in this and try other methods, this is not the way to do it. That's all I have to say.
Are there any additional speakers?
Am I allowed to speak a third time?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So thank you to Gio for providing some, thank you for providing some additional information on this. I would like to say specifically that while this bill may not ultimately do enough to, fully prevent, the complete divestment, it is ultimately a stepping stone. And so I think that the argument is flawed. That's all I have to say.
I also have a rebuttal. I think that this bill is not a standalone thing. Like maybe if it were existing in a vacuum, maybe it would be meaningless. But I will say that the foundation that is full of donors, they are people that are donors on our behalf. There are people in this room whose scholarships are funded by these donors. Me personally, I don't want to take a scholarship that's funded by blood money. And so even if it's not our tuition dollars going there, even if this bill doesn't do anything, I think it also says something about how UNO feels about it as a whole. And it's saying the student body does not like the idea of being associated with this thing. Even if our money isn't even involved in it, I think that it does say something that we are associated with these people who are involved in investing in weapons manufacturers or receiving money from weapons manufacturers. I think, honestly, these are things that Elahi addressed in his thing. I think he answered these questions very well. And so I'm really trying not to name names. I'm trying not to hurt anybody's feelings, but I do feel that I need to repeat that, like, we are not being heard here. I feel like you're not listening to our arguments properly. And that's my feelings on it.
Could we extend open forum by 5 more minutes? Senator Piper, do you have something?
Is it okay if I actually just extend it 10 minutes? Like, I just feel like we keep extending it, and I think the Senate is going to be more reluctant to continue to approve and approve and approve and approve. So I just think we should motion for 10 minutes. So I'm going to make that motion to do another 10 minutes, if you guys are okay with that, so we don't have to do this possibly again. So I am motioning to do 10 minutes for open forum.
Senator McHugh, is that a second? Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Discussion. We have to leave at 11, correct?
Correct.
We have so many more items on the agenda. Like we said, we've discussed this 2 weeks ago, and we have continued to discuss it now. I don't think there's anybody here undecided on any sort of resolution that we're going to be bringing to the table tonight. And I'm going to ask that everybody vote against extending forum and moving on with the agenda so we can get out of here at a reasonable time, get everything that we need to done, and not risk having any sort of retaliation from Mammoth Hall.
Senator Clark.
I do want to hear what Ella has to say, so if nobody else wants to speak, I'm okay with extending it like 3 or 4 minutes to let Ella say what she needs to do. But I do agree with Senator Johnson, Kale, that we do need to get to the other stuff so we can get out of here on time.
Senator Shake.
Just worried if someone else has a rebuttal for what Ella has to say, so I'm gonna agree with Senator Piper for the 10 minutes.
Senator Lillian Johnson.
Are we able to just say 2 more speakers and then open forum is over?
That is within Senate's right.
What?
Okay. That's when we have the motion. So this would have to fail, and then from there, it could be.
Senator Piper, you can also withdraw your motion. Senator Piper.
Okay, can I just, with the head nod, yes or no, that's all I need from the Senate, okay? Would you guys rather have just 2 more speakers, or would you rather, okay, so then I will revoke my motion, and and I'm gonna re-motion to do a motion of just 2 more speakers for the open forum. That is it.
Is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion has passed. Only 2 more guest speakers.
Okay, I'm gonna make this quick, because I don't want to be here any later than you guys. Trust me, my bedtime was like 6 minutes ago. So, I would just like to say that there has been a lot of saying that senators aren't paying attention, senators aren't doing what we want. But I'd also like to say that there are 6 open Senate positions that are vacant right now, that can be filled. You just need to talk to the people who do it, and those have been vacant for a lot of the year. So for all those people speaking, like you can apply for the Senate, you can run. You can do those things and then you can be a part of the Senate and make that change that you are advocating for. You can be a part of the Senate that votes on that. I also think senators are students first, and some senators may have deadlines. Some exec members may have deadlines tonight. I know I do, and I'm going to stay up late after Senate doing those. But I can also multitask and pay attention. I know a lot of senators may feel like they're asking redundant questions, but some people do just need it explained twice. I don't think we should judge people for how they understand things and how they learn and listen. So that's all I have to say.
One last spot. Any other guest speakers? Please, come on down.
Point of order, too. I want to remind everyone that this is a forum for questions and stating your opinion, not debate.
Yeah, I don't really honestly have any particular rebuttals to Ella. I just, yeah, there is one more point that was mentioned previously, which is on students being emotional. And this is one of the things that I would like to contest. Wait, this is one thing that I would like to speak against because it is students' jobs. As Ella had said, it is students to remain students first. However, I would say that for those of you who had applied to a student position as doing this, that is kind of a commitment to a responsibility. Another thing that I would like to say, it is students who come up here to, I mean, mostly to give their opinion, and many opinions are emotional. It's ultimately up to student government to make decisions based on those emotions of the people who come up here in a rational method to bring about change. So I absolutely would say that students should come up here and get emotional. Students should come up here, share their stories. As a student body, the people's stories are the #1 representation of that. With that, I think I've tired every point in the room. So when you all say that you would like to get out of here first, it feels inconsiderate to the time here. If you were to say instead that you would like to make sure that everything that you wanted to get done here tonight was passed, that would make more sense. But I think that's kind of a little bit inconsiderate to the people who have come up here to say specifically that the reasoning for attempting to continue this would be to get back to your own lives a little bit faster. While that is understandable, in addition, I would like to ask you not to further extend public forum, although I know you were likely not going to, just for the sake of expediting the points of voting for tonight. Thank you.
Quick point of personal privilege.
Please.
I just wanted to say, as a proponent of the resolution, I am very grateful that you all showed out and made your voices heard. It was meant no disrespect whatsoever, but with like the enlightenment that we got to get out of here by 11, I want to make sure that we had time to actually vote on everything and we don't have to have it tabled again because that would just cause more chaos and upheaval. So thank you.
Thank you. Open forum is now closed. We will now move on to reports from officers, executive committee. The chair is seeking a motion to waive verbal or written reports. Senator McHugh, is there a second? Senator Johnson, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. And the motion has passed. Our next item of business is unfinished business. And that first item of business is SR 2526-23, divestment from weapons manufacturing for the sake of humanity. I'm supposed to ask for a proponent speech, so please.
Hello? Okay. I already gave my proponent speech last time, so I'm going to save most of this time for questions, get you out of here as fast as possible. Just a couple other points. I mean, I am sorry I can't be here more often. 60 hours a week is kind of taxing. It's kind of a miracle that I could be here this time in the last meeting, but on a couple of points of concern since I last spoke, it is the foundation that has these investments, and it does come from donor money. I addressed that in our last meeting. Donations come not even to UNO, but to the University of Nebraska as a whole. People donating for scholarships, among other things. So it is donor money. It does go to the foundation, and the university does have the foundation as an organization that can hold the money. So that the university itself is not investing in things. There's another step, which makes it a little bit harder. But as I mentioned in the resolution, the foundation has been held accountable in the past. This is very similar to what's happened in the past. And so I would argue that it's a very reasonable resolution. I respect the sentiment that the resolution is incomplete. It doesn't ask for every single dollar invested in weapons manufacturing to be divested. It does address the S&P, but not in its resolved section, just in its reasoning. So I wouldn't take that into account as part of it being incomplete. But I would also have you consider that the last bit of the resolution says we want the foundation to commit to environmental, social, and governance funds and socially responsible investment funds. So it really is a resolution asking for better decision-making more so than any specific investments or divestments. And again, kind of what I was talking about last time, this is kind of the most that we can do. The most that we can do is ask them to implement a philosophy. If we ask them to divest from any specific fund, that would be a conflict of interest because we might benefit from those funds. It'd be kind of like a politician asking for somebody, for the government to invest in certain things, which they do, but we should not follow in what the federal government does. So I would argue this is the way to do it. I haven't seen anybody else have any better ideas. If they do have any better ideas, I would encourage you to write a resolution after this that's more strongly worded, but I see no reason for you to vote against this resolution. This resolution is overall net positive. So I'll dedicate the rest to any questions that anybody has. Now's your time to ask questions. Save yourself some time.
Okay. Yeah, that's working. In your earlier statement, when you were addressing the Senate in open forum, you were mentioning a lot about the weapons manufacturing and things that people have stood up for in the past, as well as things that student government could do better now. You mentioned the powwow being canceled. I was not aware of that. I don't think that's factual, according to Advisor Brock, that that's been totally canceled. So I just think we need to remember to fact check things a little more. But overall, my question is just, where do you get a lot of your backing and your sources for a lot of these statements that you're making?
I get my backing from student leadership. So I've spoken to people in ITSC. And I think it's fairly clear to notice that usually the powwow is announced in December. I noticed about 2 months ago that there was no advertising, and so I reached out about it. And I figured out that, yeah, it has been canceled because of a lack of student engagement. And I have confirmed that actually from multiple sources, including a student source and a staff source.
I'm gonna motion to also request information from Advisor Brock because I've also heard from students that the powwow was getting canceled. So if you could provide some information as to why, and also like, especially about the lack of student engagement, because that was the reasoning that I was informed as well.
So my area is the student government and the agencies, so I'm not best prepared to answer that question. That just lies outside the scope of my direct position. we can certainly, get back to you after I've talked to the individuals that more specifically work with other areas of our programming in the office.
Thank you.
I don't have any, it's not about the powwow, it's more about the resolution. I just want to thank you and everyone who put in the hard work. I know, again, like you said, it's been with us, I guess, with student government, the Senate, since October. And, I just kind of want to make like a generalized statement that, I've seen some things kind of on Instagram. This is kind of general statements about exec is pushing against this. I think just want to make it very clear to just like everyone that like exec kind of stands, I think, at different spots with this resolution. I think some agree, some disagree with the resolution. So I just, kind of like just make sure that like, I just want to make sure that, like refrain from using generalized statements because like this is something like I don't think that we should be supporting, I don't think that we should be funding weapons manufacturers. And I just think that that's kind of been a misconception of kind of where I stand on this. And no one's really ever asked me where I personally stand on this. So I just want to, clear that up for me. And I think other people of the exec, might stand differently in that regard. But again, I do want to thank you and also thank you to everyone else who came out and spoke tonight. I listened, I took notes because I want to make sure that I have all the information, if, the resolution does pass and how to execute it, to the border regions and to the campus community. So Lahi, thank you for, your work on this. That's all I have to say. So thank you.
Yeah, and I will say, as long as we're on the public record, thank you, President Lacy, for showing up to meetings. I feel like you've shown a solid commitment to learning what this resolution is about, and hearing out all the questions that everybody's had.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Chief of Staff Gomez?
Is the intent of the resolution to divest, like all at once? Is that the request, or what does that look like when asking to divest?
Yeah, so it doesn't say that.
Sorry, could I get more clarification? What is the request? Like if you had one, because I know at the previous Senate circuit meeting, we had been informed that the intent was to divest gradually, but that wasn't anywhere in the resolution. So I was just wondering, like, as the author, what was your intent?
Yeah, so it doesn't include any specific, anything specific like that. We can see that, that section of it right here, that the University of Nebraska divests. It doesn't give any timeline for that. It doesn't say how the university should reinvest. It doesn't say how long it should take. If you think that it would make them more likely to divest, if you want to take 5 minutes to say within 5 years, the university should divest from these funds. If you think that makes it more likely to pass and you think that it's worth our time to do that, then I mean, senators are free to make those motions.
Are there any other questions for Elahi? If not, thank you. I'm considering that the chair is just asking for head nods. Are we still wanting to discuss this resolution, considering we have discussed this several times? We are wanting to discuss the resolution? Okay, the chair will need a motion to go into executive session then. Senator Viper?
Sorry, I motion to go into executive session.
Is there a second? Senator Johnson, is there any discussion? Senator Jarman?
For changes and also like specifics about the resolution, that's also allowed in executive session? Like,
Repeat that.
Clarification, we'll do same thing we did last time. We discussed the executive session, we come out, we tell everybody what we did, and then we move on.
Senator McHugh?
I don't know if I can do this, but can I motion so we can vote on the other things, just to make sure we get those done before 11 o'clock?
We are still in the middle of discussing a resolution, so unfortunately not. Senator Swift?
We have a time limit on executive session?
The Senate can ask for that if they wish to do so. Senator Piper will have to amend her motion.
Point of clarification, at any time also you can motion to end discussion. So we don't have to like place a time limit, but.
Then everyone knows how much time we have to talk.
Senator Piper?
Do you have an idea of timing? Like, how long are you wanting it to be?
Chair Wood,
Use your placard to discuss.
yes.
Okay. Once again, is there a timing that people are wanting this to be done by? Just raise placards, please state it so I can re-amend and do what I have to do.
Senator Johnson, Kale Johnson,
1 hour.
Senator McHugh,
I think that because anything we do in executive session, we then have to bring out. So then we have to discuss it out here, so I think 30 minutes.
the,
Point of clarification, we're not gonna like discuss the whole thing again, we're just gonna.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we'll just read.
Yeah, like revisit it, and then if that brings up any more debate, then yeah.
Point of clarification, just from last time, it seemed it was only about 5 minutes, I would say. Maybe with the, like, when we came out of executive session to discuss, and then maybe a little bit more for the secret ballot voting. Unless that was not the executive session, then.
Manager Hammond.
I'm gonna say, like, if you guys want to, we can, but we don't have to go into executive session about this, just so everyone's aware. Oh.
I was under the impression that because we are discussing finances, that we do have to go into executive session.
Oh, I didn't think we had to, but if that's the rule, then sure, whatever that I say.
Can I?
Senator Sharman.
Sorry. Can I get a point of clarification from Advisor Brock about that? If we do or we don't have to, based off the Nebraska law that we talked about last week?
So the Senate approved earlier this year following the Nebraska Open Meetings Act for things that require executive session. And one of the things prescribed in that law is financial matters require executive session. Now, the official vote or changes have to be presented outside of executive session, but the discussion itself should occur in executive session per that particular act.
Senator Piper.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and just amend what I just said for executive session. And I am going to motion to enter executive session and stay in executive session unless we end discussion in executive session. Unless we end executive session, I want to be in it until 10 o'clock. That is my motion. Take it or leave it.
Senator Johnson, is that a second? There's supposed to be discussion. Is there any discussion on this motion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion to enter executive session has passed. As a reminder, only senators, executive team members, FYLC ambassadors, the advisor, and essential staff can be in the room. The live stream will be paused for the duration of the executive session. All voting matters will be conducted after executive session. We are now in executive session.
Thank you, Director Simmons. Was that a motion, Senator Johnson?
Yeah, to table this till the next Senate business meeting.
Senator Lopez Pereira. Is there any discussion on tabling this resolution until the next business meeting? Senator Piper.
I literally feel like this is not working. I understand that we don't maybe have like the correct documents or it's taking a while, but at the end of the day, that is just with rules. Like any document that we're going to look at where we are discussing rules and we're discussing changing bylaws, it's going to be something where you're going to have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's not an easy process, nor should it be an easy process when you're changing the rules. I would say if this is something we're considering, in my opinion, I think we need to look at what is on. I mean, we don't even know what's on the agenda because nothing's going to be clarified until Tuesday. But I mean, I think we need to consider the timing we have as a Senate. And if this is not passed or talked about in this Senate, this will be moved to a whole different Senate. And I don't know that that's necessarily the best thing to do, but I think you guys should keep that in mind. I understand it's not an easy, fast process. It never will be. So if you stay in Senate and this is something that will pop up more than likely again, this is exactly what you will experience once again.
Senator Shake.
I agree with Senator Piper. I just sent another form. The only difference between the two is the two documents is just two different lines. So I don't see why we should table it.
Senator Johnson, Lillian.
I get the time constraints and everything, but we also have about 10 or 15 minutes left in this meeting, and scrolling through documents is extremely time consuming. And we have an appointment and another resolution to get to tonight. And unless we want those tabled till next week, along with this one, I think we should table this for next week.
Senator Johnson Kill.
Lastly, because all of the changes that we're trying to do in here are extreme, like this isn't something we can just quickly just go back and forth and fix. We're talking about changing court appeal term limits, which we'll have to fairly go through every single section where there are term limits. So every position, that's not just the council members that we're talking about. And more like, and to Lillian's point, Senator Johnson's point, is that we already have two other things on the agenda that we need to get to. And regardless, those are also going to get tabled to the next Senate anyway.
Senator Piper.
In my opinion, then that should be a more reason to just get this one done than to practically pass or to practically sit there and have three other things put in old business. I mean, we're not going to get to, I mean, what, you have 10 minutes to do your proponent speech. You're not even going to get through their proponent speech before you tell them we're cut off and we're going home.
I would like to remind the Senate that we have about 20 minutes left. So if we're going back and forth, we're just going to waste the time until we can't do anything. Senator Shake.
I also sent an email a few days ago or last week when people were having concerns about this issue. I sent the updated document along with another notice that we came up with clarifying that if that is not enough time for a Senate, I don't see how much time is enough.
Regent Lacey. Yeah, can I get
question on the current thing to table it?
Gotcha. It looks like we are going to be ending a period of voting for the motion to table the bylaws resolution until the next Senate meeting. All those in favor? Well, we are going to be voting on the motion to table this resolution until the next business meeting. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstain. Motion fails. Is there any additional discussion for this resolution? Senator McHugh.
Can we go back to my motion?
Yes, to add the. Yes, did we get a second for that? Senator Shake, can you repeat what your motion was again, Senator McHugh?
Yeah, it was on page 8, under 2, under term of office. Doing, the students whose academic programs extend beyond the standard timeline may petition the student court for an exception to the term limit. Adding that to all words as the term of office. Besides for just the Senate, where it has the agencies too. And the other ones that have a term limit.
Can you clarify what you were talking about here, Senator McHugh?
So wherever there's a term limit, having that be in number 2. So where it would be agencies, it would get the best interest of the agencies.
Senator McHugh, could you repeat where you want that added?
Right under the term limit.
For agency council members?
Senator Shake?
Is it not at page 53? Is it different?
Senator Shake, this is the one that you had sent me that I have up, and from the looks of it, there is nothing. Director Rhodes?
So amending, sorry, the agency councils is okay, but doing this for agency directors is probably not gonna be okay with HR. So we should amend everything but the agency directors. Okay? So, okay.
All right, the chair is now stepping down.
Senator Shake.
How about we type, or for Control F, do establishment and dissolution? Or do you find it? Okay.
Is this one,
Yes, it's right there under 7B.
7B? 8?
Yeah, I go 7A, do an A.
I would do an A.
Good.
Yes, no?
A.
It's like it's a bullet thing at the top, on the ribbon, to change it to an A. At the top. Like where the bullet, next to the font color, there, yeah, the one that's highlighted.
Yes, add it here.
Yeah, like then change it to an A, hit the drop down.
You're interested, yes. There you go.
Have you voted on this? Have you voted? A second. Is there any other further discussion on this? Senator German?
Can I motion to block vote on the amendments and this resolution?
We're still in the voting for this amendment specifically. Senator Potts?
I hate to drag this out more, but that copy paste stuff has all of the like, or does it still have student work? Oh, okay, never mind.
Did we this?
That was originally 9. Excuse me, I don't have speaking rights.
Hey, I'll take. Thank you.
Did not speak.
Okay, all those in favor, or is there any further discussion on this amendment?
You just pasted where.
It's the same.
Yeah,
It's the same wording as number 9. Yeah.
You need to go grab the wording from the other document, repaste it.
What was that? Is it under the?
Page 8.
Fair point.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? I will fix the formatting later. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion has passed. Is there any discussion on these amendments?
I'm just gonna call the clock vote on the amendments and the resolution.
We're just voting on the resolution now. Okay, all those in favor of the bylaws amendments, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. Motion has passed. Or the, all has passed. Then, please. The next item of business is the appointment of Madeline Faulkner as student publications board. She did submit. I can 2 times it.
Can I motion to table the rest of the agenda as we have less than 12 minutes for everyone to get out?
Regent Lacy?
I personally, we have 5 minutes, 25 seconds to get through this and be able to vote on it. I think we can do that. Like, we need to take this up to 11 o'clock. We have things to get done. Year's running short. Sorry.
Is there a second? That's a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to table all of this?
Oh, wait, that was second table?
Yeah. Take that back. Yeah. Any other, the motion fails. I will 2 times this.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. We can do it. Yeah, we got it. Not sometimes. But we call one time.
Perfect. Please, yeah. Madeline could not be here with us today. Is there any discussion? Perfect. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Madeline has been appointed as publication board member. Okay. SR 25-26-24, hammocks for Mavericks. Mr. Senator.
I have one amendment. It's in your email.
Yes. Wrong resolution.
We're gonna make it, we're gonna make it.
We're gonna make it, guys. Give me 2 seconds.
It's highlighted in green.
Sorry, I have 1,000 emails pulled up right now.
This over there. Oh, this is not. I don't like.
Is there a second for the thing for the change? I'm gonna just put that right here. You know what? These are the amendments. Senator Piper, was that a second? Yeah. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Perfect. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion to amend this has passed. Is there any discussion on this resolution? If there is none, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The resolution has passed. Senator Piper,
I motion to adjourn.
is there a second? Senator Shake, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The meeting has adjourned at 10:56 p.m.